All right, 1 second. 1 second. All right. What's up? Uh, yep. All right, let's go to the living room for a second, shall we? All right. How's everyone doing? What a day. What a day. Everyone doing all right? Yeah, we have Rumbus in the house. He stopped by. He wanted to watch the art stream. Yep. Oh boy. I'm a little out of it today. I went to the hospital earlier. um, yeah. So remember how I was saying that yesterday I felt a little tight in the chest and my head hurt? So today I was kind of like a little bit worse. And what I ended up doing was like, well, I just wasn't sure what it was. I was a little worried. So I was like, well, I asked someone in the house, like, can you drive me to the hospital? And they're like, you can just go get like a PCR test. Right? So I scheduled my PCR test and they're like, yeah, it's for today for 5 p.m., but you're not going to be able to get the results until tomorrow. I'm like, well, I want to know today if I have cooties or not. But so I was like, okay, well, I wasn't feeling very good. So they're like, okay, I'll drive you to the hospital. So they take me to the hospital and I get there and they're like, how do you feel? Like, well, my head hurts. Like, it's been hurting for like a few days now. My chest hurts and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, okay, come sit in this like emergency room. So they make me sit down and they're like, okay, we need to give you insulin. Like, we need to hydrate you. So we're gonna like, I don't know how do you say it in English, but they like, you know, the water with sugar or whatever thing that they put inside of you. And so first off, they come in and take some blood samples and like, all right, that's the first needle. And when they say they were gonna like, yeah, we're gonna give you some insulin, and I'm like, oh fuck. So the nurse comes in and she's like, okay, let me check your right hand, and then she starts like slapping my hand, and she's like, okay, I'm just trying to get the vein, but then she starts poking, and I've never had this before. Like it's never happened. Like I've never had to go to emergency or anything ever in my life, and so this lady like puts the and it's like the worst pain I've ever felt, and she's like, oh, I can't find the vein, and she starts wiggling the needle, and I am dying. I was like, oh my god, this is so painful. And she's like, well, I can't find the needle, so you know what? This hand, we can't use it. I'll use a baby needle. And she starts slapping my other hand around, and I'm like, oh god, like, please, please don't. And she's just like, oh, I found it, and she just stabs the needle in my hand. And thankfully, she didn't have to wiggle it, but it was worse than the adult needle. I was in pain the entire time, and then she's like, okay, well, she gives the insulin, and then she's like, um, we need to give you some painkillers in liquid form. So I'm like, oh, like you mean morphine? And she's like, well, not quite, but yeah, I'll bring it over. She brings over the the bag with the medicine or whatever, and she's like, yeah, this one's gonna help you with the pain. It I don't think it did, because as soon as she like let that liquid come in, it like it the pain was undescribable. Again, I've never been to a hospital, never been in an emergency room, so this is just like all new to me. And they're like, okay, uh, we gotta your blood tests are like on their way or whatever. We need to get you an X-ray. We're gonna take scans of your head and your chest, and just to make sure that you don't have anything. And it's fine. They go like I'm like sitting there waiting for me to get picked up, and then this guy in a wheelchair comes over and he's like, "Hey, um, I can walk over." He's like, "No, like we have to take care of you." I'm like, it feels a little bit humiliating. Just to, like, I can walk. I'm not like an invalid or anything. And he's just like, "No, no, no, get in the chair." So they're like the guy's like going at supersonic speed, and he's just trying to like get me to like the X-ray machines and stuff, and I'm like, "Oh God." Meanwhile, like I'm just like staring at the bags and everything, like making sure the cables aren't getting tangled or anything. And then when we get there, I'm like smack dab in the like there's a line of people waiting to get their X-rays, and the guy just puts me like cuts in front of line, and he just puts me there like blocking, and I'm just like, oh God, and everyone's just like staring at me like, I wonder what this guy has or whatever, and I'm just not saying a word. And then my dad, like, I went with my dad, and he's just like, "Oh, do you want like your phone to be entertained?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean, if it'll take my mind off this," and like as soon as like I try to use my phone, it's like no signal inside the hospital. So I'm like, oh geez. And then I'm sitting there for like 10 minutes waiting, and then when they get me inside, like whatever, normal, the machine, like the lady goes like, "The machine will tell you to take a deep breath, and when she does, like just do it." And the machine's like, it almost felt like Terminator telling me to breathe. So I'm like just like trying to like, okay, like taking like the deepest breath and holding it. I'm like, I'm just gonna hold it the entire way through because I'm gonna get shot. And they take me back to the room, and the lady comes like, "Yeah, your blood tests you're in the best shape of your life. X-rays didn't show anything. We're just gonna do the PCR test with the." I'm like, I just paid for that shit earlier. Are you kidding me? And which, mind you, was like $70, and now they're gonna do it on the hospital. So I'm like, oh, fine. Which one is it? Is it the spit one or the? And she's like, nope. And she like takes the thing and like shoves it deep inside my nose, and like I just wasn't ready for that. And then she goes for the other one, and it was just like it was fast, but it was painful. And I was like, oh shit. And I'm just like tearing up because it's weird. Like, don't have things shoved in your nose. And we waited for 2 hours for that test to come back, and it was like, yeah, it's negative. Like, you can go. And I don't have insurance, so I'm like thinking about like, okay, where I'm at, where I live, medicine's not expensive, but I went there and it's like, yeah, for the X-ray, the blood test, the insulin or whatever, it's like $300 something, and I'm like, oh God, fucking, oh my God. And yeah, so this was only like a few, like maybe 3 hours ago, so I'm a little, I'm on painkillers at the moment, but I think we should be fine. Yeah, let's go to the drawing room, shall we? Okay, well, set up. Let me put the music on. It's just gonna be the same one, just because I don't have anything else. I don't want to get copyright claimed. Let's see what the results for the thingamajig was. So people want. So Haruka Karibu won. So let me look her up. Haruka Karibu. Let's see. Okay. All right. Here is open a new tab. Okay. There's the and then the idea that I had. Let's see. Oh yeah, potato's a guest. Uh, employee. Oh, all right. I think this should be good. More like potato. Yeah, thank you guys. I mean, it's not that bad. It was just more of the like, boy, am I glad I don't live in the States at the moment and without insurance. Like, ooh, can you imagine that like medical bill? Holy shit. Okay, I have this like gash on my right hand. Oh yeah, and so the result was that I was extremely dehydrated for some reason. So let's see. Let's go here. Okay. Well, I mean, I've been drinking a lot of water. I think it was just like she was saying, like my electrolytes or something were like low, and she's like, yeah, sometimes like water is just not enough if you're like, you know, having like stomach pains or like throwing up or whatever. So yeah, I have like these hydration pills that I'm taking now, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll just drink these. Anyways, do you guys have any art questions? Which VTuber will? I said Haruka Karibu. I want to focus on like I've said this before, but I want to focus on indie ones because I feel like the indie community should support itself more. And someone asked earlier, but yeah, chat is going slow. Again, I input the wrong bit rates again. Yeah, fuck it. I gotta restart the stream, and I don't want to do that. I'll do it. I'll fix it again next time. I'll make sure to get it right next time. It's a girl VTuber. She's a Canadian. Okay. As to our questions, what is a good place to start learning? And what's some stuff that would guide someone wanting to start? Might be some people here that could benefit. The age-old, how do I start question. I feel like, in terms of art, there's a ton of useful resources out there on YouTube, on the internet, or whatever. I can't, like, from the top of my head, I can't say for if you want a good art person to look up to that will teach you very stuff like pretty well, and he has a lot of channels. Not a lot of channels, a lot of videos on YouTube. Look up Proko, Proko. He's a very good resource. I would also recommend Cube. No. I would also recommend Mark Brunet. He's an excellent artist as well, and he offers like courses or whatever. But I think one of the most succinct things, like it's so dumb when people say it, but it's actually true. Is just to start. Don't hold back on like maybe your lack of skill or your lack of understanding. Just like do stuff. Like obviously start by practicing shapes or whatever. Like a lot of people, like sometimes I'll do like shape exercises where I just draw geometry over and over just to like even if I'm bored or something, like I'll just draw circles or I'll draw triangles or lines or do stuff like without moving my my wrist or something like that. Like just start, and don't if you want to draw something, just draw it. Don't be like, oh, I can't draw, like my skill level doesn't allow me. Just give it a shot. You'd be surprised how much faster you grow by just drawing things that you think you wouldn't be able to draw. And sometimes like you'd surprise yourself that it would turn out better than you thought it would. Just do it. Like don't worry about like sucking now, because like if you just do it, you'll find out things that you have problems with. Like if you're already like on your way to be like to drawing and stuff, like let's say there's a pose that is from above, and the first time you draw it like clumsily, you're like but you gave it a shot, right? And maybe 2-3 months later when you do it again, or like you realize, okay, once you finish it, okay, well you show it to someone that gives you critique, and you're like, okay, well the legs are wrong, maybe you want to work on this or whatever, and you know what to start working on, and focus on your weaknesses rather than your strengths, because a lot of the times artists tend to just play up their strengths and they stay in the comfort zone. Don't stay in the comfort zone too long. Just try to like change it up often. Try to do things differently. Do poses that are uniquely challenging to you, or draw things that you might have an interest in, and even if you are not good at it, just draw it. Like don't hold yourself back. If you have a comic idea, do it. It doesn't matter if you're drawing like stick figures at the start of the comic. There's a lot of like long-running manga that if you look at the start of it, it looks kind of like crusty, but as the years go by, like it gets pretty good. And same with like some comics or some artists that you like, when they started, it was just like weird, if you want to say, or not as good as they are now. Like there's artists like who in 1 year they have like incredible growth, and it's all persistence. And do it at your own pace. Don't feel like you need to rush it, because you're not going to learn anything if you're rushing, because you're trying to like cram learning, and some people have different speeds for learning. You want to take it at your pace. And it also depends on like what you want to do with art in the long run. Like if you want to do it as a hobby, just make sure that the learning experience is enjoyable and you're not forcing yourself to draw, because like don't, like if it's a hobby, just make sure like learn and do your best, but don't try to avoid like making it unpleasant, because art's not an easy thing. Art is painful, and some people get good right away, other people take years. I mean, it's taken me years to even be decent, but it's all about patience. And yeah, and I think like, yeah, don't, like if you have ideas, you go for it. Don't worry about not being good. Don't worry about, like, some people are extremely good and they never start because they're like, well, I'm just not good enough. And just by starting, you're already like ahead of the curve. Because I mean, yeah, of course, there's a shit ton of like artists on Twitter or whatever, but it's only like a small margin compared to the amount of people that are out there that are artists, that could be artists and just never start. You know, and not everything has to be like a magnum opus, or not everything has to be perfect, or you don't, also like, don't feed into the social media aspect of art. That's like, don't think that you need to draw to share. Like if you want to draw for yourself and just share a few things that you might be proud of or that you feel like sharing, good. But don't make it a necessity that you have to draw something that's worthy of sharing on Twitter or on Tumblr or on whatever. Like if you just want to sketch something and you're content with just keeping it to yourself, that's fine. And on that note, not everything's going to be a hit. It doesn't matter if you put 70 hours into something. It doesn't guarantee that's going to go viral. It's happened to me or whatever, and like that's why I say like don't pay attention to the sharing aspect of art. The important people you need to share with is your friends or people whose opinion you value, and guarantee you there's a ton more of satisfaction hearing your friends just say like, oh, I like this a lot, and maybe some friends might be more keen to share their opinion on how you could improve something or whatever. So don't, yeah, just so just start, just do it. Don't worry about not being good. Don't worry, like you'll get there. If you really care about this, or at least you really want to have fun with it, or you have something in mind you want to do with it, just start. You're not gonna get better if you don't start. That comic, that game, or that character, or whatever, is not is never gonna get done if you don't do it. I mean, unless you pay someone else to do it, but that's kind of like a cop out. If you wanna, feel proud about doing something yourself, there's nothing wrong with paying, commissioning other artists. But if you really want to do it, you know, get a head start and just do it yourself, and then maybe, um, later down the line you can pay someone else to, draw your characters or whatever. But you made it, and yeah, I mean that's just my 2 cents on it. Because I used to be very no, when I get better I'll do it, or and it took me years to get any ideas across because I would just stop myself from doing anything. And now I just don't like. If I have something in my head, I just go for it. For better or for worse, I just don't like. If I feel inspired by something, I just do it. And yeah, like if you want an artist that, if you want an example, like One Punch Man, Mob Psycho. There's also a Western artist. I forgot his name. Let me look him up. Second. So there's a comic called Bone, and it was illustrated by a guy called Jeff Smith, and it's like independently published and everything. And the guy, like, the background was like the guy wasn't really very good at art. Uh, he was very here. Let me look him up. Yeah, he wasn't. From what I hear, like he was like not very self confident about his work, and this guy, like, he just like, well, I'm just gonna do it, and he self published his own like comic and became one of the most popular like American comics, which is Bone. I own like one of the books, and it's very good. Uh, yeah, and even if the art isn't like impressive, it's great. It's a fun read. Yeah, Bone is a classic. Um, really, really, really. If you want to be inspired by someone, look up Jeff Smith and his Bone comics. And let me tell you something: the Western indie market is great. Uh, we put a lot of emphasis on manga or whatever, but I highly recommend you look into uh, indie Western comics. There's a lot of there's good ones out there. I mean, for the life of me, I can't remember like exact names, but I've read a few good ones, and they're worth seeking out. Oh, Demon Slayer? I've never seen it or like read anything about it. People rave about it. I just doesn't don't know. Yeah, the problem with the professional thing scene is that it's very I don't know if pandering is a proper word. It's just like it's very corporate oriented. So it's like what's gonna give us, what's gonna make give us the most amount of readers instead of what do we want to write. I don't read a whole lot of comics either, so I mean, take that with a grain of salt, but it's not like people are dying to read Marvel anymore or any like noteworthy corporate publisher. Like people are turning to independent artists and stuff like that because it's more sincere work, and there's a lot of fresh original ideas out there that are being worked on, and yeah. Take a look. How long does it take to create a background for a drawing, and what advice would you give to? In terms of backgrounds, for me it depends. Here's the thing about, okay, if you have a program like CSP, you can cheat a little bit. There's tools to here, let me show you. There's tools for making backgrounds. Like you have this stuff where, you know, you have access to all these like environmental things or whatever. I take a different route. It really depends on how little work I want to do. But I have this tendency to just use this thing, which is, you know, and then now that I have the perspective, I go grab the rulers. Here. And it's in perspective. You can't see. And it gets in perspective and everything. But again, it really depends on like what you're working on, what you want out of the background. I'm not very well versed in backgrounds, but if you wanna get good at drawing backgrounds, you want to first learn perspective, like 2-point, 3-point. It'll help you like, you know, build like your figures and stuff, but you don't want to, I don't know how to explain it. Like it also depends if you're going to paint it. If you're going to do a painted background, that takes a lot more time because, or it depends on like the speed of like your understanding of colors. But it mostly depends on what you want to do with your background. It really depends on that. And my advice would be to just like practice a lot. Pick like backgrounds that you types of backgrounds that you want to draw. Like if you want to paint castles or draw castles, like take a lot of like images from castles and, you know, try to practice like blocking them out first instead of trying to literally paint it. A lot of the easiest thing you can do in paint is to, like, if you have like let's say if you have a scene of like greens, you want to, you know, block it out. You know, the further something is away, the lighter it is. And so, you know, you have your green area already, and then you want to add, like, you know, we're going to have trees or something. Like, you know, start blocking out the trees. And then you start fixing depending on like the level of details you want to give it. Backgrounds are complex and they vary depending on like what you want out of it. Again, they take time. That's kind of the way I go about backgrounds. I tend to take the comic artist approach where I line things and I fill them out. I'm not very painterly when it comes to art, which is something I want to try to get better at. But, you know, I'm trying to think, there's a ton of like good background drawing resources. I was watching a tutorial that was teaching me how to block light, how to block scenes in the background. I need to look for it. It's very good. But I suggest looking up Mark Brunet, like the guy that I mentioned earlier, has very good tutorials on that. And I highly recommend you go look his tutorials up on that subject. A lot of the background drawing is very based on. Also, another point about background is like, what do you, when you draw a background, what do you want your viewers to fix on? Because sometimes you don't even have to be very detailed to just give the sensation of what's in the background. Like if you have a city, obviously because they are the bigger objects, maybe the buildings in the front, you want to give them more detail, right? You want to go with this thing, make sure it's visible, this little tower here. I don't know, maybe you're viewing it from like a mountain or something. You know, whatever. It's a hill's covering or whatever, or and you know, the further you go from it, you know, you have a building that's kind of like that, and you don't have to give it too many details. And you know, maybe this thing here, there too, another building in the background. Maybe you have a building that's shaped weirdly, but you don't need so many details because, you know, it's further away. But you gotta, you know, depending on, like, you know, the closer things are, you have more information about it. The further away they are, the less information there is visually. And seriously depends on what you want your viewers to focus on, or like how you're trying to frame the image. Like if you want to draw, let's say, Godzilla attacking, you know, you draw his, you know, big body or whatever. Maybe you want the focus on Godzilla, then maybe an easy way out would be to just blur this out, or, you know, omit a bit of the information that's here, so that it feels like you're not displaying too much information about this, and you're more focusing on what's in the background, like what you want other people to focus on. And then maybe someone's like watching and they're like thicker lines or darker colors or whatever. But yeah, there's backgrounds are, you know, depending on what you're drawing, they can be more complicated than they seem. And you have to think, there's a little bit of degree of thought for it if you want to include a background. It all depends on what you're trying to frame, or if you're just drawing a sketch and you just want to have like a simple background, then just like don't think about it too much. Just grab like a massive brush, block out some shapes, add a little bit of detail here and there, and then just don't think too much about it and go to town. That's just how I approach it. Let me try a different pose. I'm not convinced about this one. Welcome home. Or to your house, I guess. But welcome to the stream. I'm drawing a VTuber called Haruka Karibu. I'm trying to figure out pose at the moment. I wasn't able to warm up earlier because I had some errands to do in the morning, and then I went to the hospital. So, and I got home like not too long ago. So, I'm working on. I'm liking this post a lot more, actually. This one's a little bit more interesting than the other ones. Also, word of advice, save as often as possible. Doesn't matter if you saved 2 seconds ago, save. Get that Control S or Command S if you're on a Mac shortcut memorized. And press it as often as possible. Oh, I mean, I press Control S involuntarily. I just do it all the time. Especially since I'm working on an iPad. The graphic capacity for this thing is limited, so there's been moments where I copy something and it just crashes. One second. I looked it up. This, right? Yeah, that's her. She streams on Twitch. Last, as you know, as far as I know. I haven't seen her stream anywhere else, so. Nyanners or Iron Mouse? They don't. I'm not really interested in them. They seem fine. I just don't care about them very much. They don't hold my interest very much. I don't like Twitch very much, but I use it because some of the VTubers I watch use it. I don't have another choice. They upload highlights, but I mean, you don't. But it's only highlights, and sometimes like the highlights aren't interesting choices. So I'd rather watch the whole thing because I also want like background noise. So. That's good for her. I don't know if she did or not. Good for her. Oh, the birds. You like the background ASMR? This mic is pretty powerful. It's impressive that it picks up on all those little nuances going on in the background. I don't remember how like Haruka is more chaotic than she is smug. But you know, smug and chaotic go hand in hand, so. No, it's not the car alarm. Curfew's at things close at 6 here, and then curfew is at 9. So there's not a lot of people on the streets anymore. So there's no alarms going off at the moment. Today, Naicha. ASMR nature. Birds in the background. Chirping. As the horse artiste draws. Listen to the squeals. We still have lockdown, yes. But we got lockdown because the cootie cases were increasing. So, yeah. We got locked down once again. I don't ever leave my house, so it doesn't make a difference. And I can order Uber from until 10 p.m., so I don't care. People are misbehaving because they're, having home parties and stuff like that. So it's like, you did this to yourself and no one else. Did you just go from British accent to French and back? Maybe. That narrator's family is half British, half French. Welcome back to Nature with Brighton Fromage. More birds in the background. I mean, in Australia, I gotta put up with fake British accents from people in Victoria. The only thing I know how to say in Australian is beers, like the double E. Took me years. Otherwise, I don't know how to do. Australian accent. Australia. British. British. I like the weird dichotomy in England between posh and not posh. Let's see. See full size image. There we go. Give me 1 second. I'm looking at the reference, so I might not be able to respond right away. Just trying to get ahead, right? Okay, 1 second. Potato wants me to go check. Oh yeah, for emotes. For one, I'll answer questions in a second. Give me a minute. Okay, the thing about potato is that every time someone rings the doorbell, I have to go and check with her. I can't. She can't go alone. I have to be with her. She doesn't like going downstairs alone. Second thing, let me check the questions. I do plan on streaming with other VTubers if I make other VTuber friends. I have one friend. She isn't streaming right now, but we do want to stream together again at some point, but we'll see. In terms of emotes, I need to have membership unlocked, and I don't have that at the moment. Don't know if it'll ever get to that. I want to. Yeah, Kiki, my friend Kiki. I'll share her stuff on the server later. Yeah, emotes are monetization based. Yeah. It's not like there's a workaround or anything. It's just that's what it is. I wish it wasn't like that, but yeah, it's the same thing as Twitch. No money, no emotes. Uh, the the background is in the back. The background is in the background. The BGM is going. It's just really, really, really low. Because just cause. I haven't figured out a playlist that I can have going in the background. Might have. Might figure out like a lo-fi thing or something. It's just cause like copyright is so annoying on YouTube that I need to be careful of what I'm playing. This I know is copyright free. Oh, chat. Chat, chat, chat. Chatty chat. eyes could be a little bigger. Alright, let's see. Y'all get sent to bunk jail. Let's see, I need to get her hair right. Let's go with... Okay, so it's one of those things. I'll be with you guys just a second. Let me figure this hair out. Okay, that's better. Yeah, this is a little better, I think. Maybe. God damn it. An eraser thing. There we go. Fucking mosquitoes, god damn it. One second. Let's see if lowering the resolution helps. Yeah, there we go. Give me a minute. Sorry. almost with you guys. I only have one screen to look at, so I can't. I'll get another monitor at some point, but at the moment I only have my laptop screen. I can't look at anything else. So when I have a reference, it's... Yeah, okay, there we go. And then her antlers. Okay, I think this is good. Let me go back to you guys. Okay. Let's see. I'm using my phone for VTube Studio, so I can't. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. No, I want to keep this PG. I'm not sure, also I'm not sure about what Haruka's stand on this is. You still have an iPad as well. Yeah, I'm working on the iPad. Yeah, no screen's free. No, I stopped using my computer for drawing. I I will buy another screen. At the moment, I don't want to have to bring my TV over and try to set it as in a screen. I'll deal with having to hop over from tab to tab. And this is only, like, this would only happen if I have to look up at references. Mostly because I'm drawing a specific character person. But if I were drawing stuff from, like, my own head, like, probably wouldn't have to unless I really need to look up a outfit or whatever. So I'm not gonna try to jump hoops over something like this. Really, it's too much of a hassle. I'll get another screen when I get another screen. I don't feel like moving my TV because it's stuck there. My iPad is very small. It's not. It doesn't have a lot of working. I have a Samsung S8. I I hear you. I'll do better next time. I'll set up everything properly. Okay. It'll take a bit. Like just I'll set up my Android phone to be a ref screen. Next time I need to use refs. Okay, so let's see here. This boob could be fixed. Okay, so at this point, I'm trying to figure out her outfit. I could just go with her original outfit, but I was thinking because she's Canadian, giving her a Tim Horton outfit, which is like the equivalent of Dunkin' Donuts there. But I'm not sure. Or if I remember correctly, I think she worked at like a maid cafe before being a VTuber. I don't remember, but that could be something else I could do. I think I might just go. Let me see. Oh yeah, this is a screen mirroring, so you should be able to see everything. This is Clip Studio for the iPad. Oh, you're back. Can I help you? Sorry, I got sidetracked with potato. All right. Let's clean here. Here. Okay. So we mix these and okay, so let's see. Pet the potato. Let me grab her. Hey. Okay. She deserved that. She normally would stay still, but she has like we gave her like a piece of what's it called? Like like a small piece of steak, raw steak, and she normally doesn't eat it right away because there's another dog in the house. So what she likes to do is torture the other dog by just leaving it in front of him, and she just stares at the piece and like just does not let him like get near it. Like she's kind of messed up. I don't think I don't suppose I will. I don't think I will. Draw her as an anime girl. She will forever remain potato. I didn't think about it. Steak and potatoes, yeah. Okay, that's more like, this is more like it. Okay. So as far as outfit goes, I think I mean her regular outfit is great, but I don't know, but I think maybe the Tim Hortons stuff might be better. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? My family's catching up on my birthday meal Sunday next week. It's gonna be my favorite steak restaurant. Ah, it's gonna be steak and fries? Steak and grilled vegetables. Nice, nice. Okay, let's see here. Let me. Yeah, I think I'll go with the Tim Hortons stuff. I don't know that polls are possible on YouTube. Let's see. I mean, I'll just give you the options here. So, what do you think? No, I think polls can only be done on the community tab. Yeah, it's a little too effort. Just here, I wrote it down. Just vote. Just vote. Oh, we got one vote for secretary. What is a classic outfit? This is her classic outfit. I think the Tim Horton ones would be interesting. Okay. I see more Tim Hortons than anything, so we'll go with Tim. So it's a, okay, it's a regular button down. Maybe this works? I don't know. Let's go. Let's see. Where's the pants? Okay. This might work. I worked at a Tim Hortons. I didn't even do a full day and I quit it. Damn. I've only ever been to a Tim Hortons once. And I was like, it's okay. I don't live in Canada, so I don't have to put up with it. This is also years ago, so I don't know if they got better or not. I mean, the donut was fine. It's a donut. I didn't drink coffee then, so I wouldn't even know. Tim Horton is a Dunkin' Donuts of Canada. I don't know. Au bon pain? I don't want to add this because I like the button down better. So let's see. Let's see. Okay, so it's like dark jeans. Okay. All right. I think this might be good. Okay. Now we can ink. I'm only intending this to be a sketch, so I'm gonna keep it simple and fun. If there's ever a drawing that's gonna be long, I'll probably do something like 2 streams of it, or finish, like, work on the sketch a lot, and then off screen I'll finish it. But I think maybe for most streams that I do, I should do warm-ups. Maybe do like a 3-hour stream where the first hour is just warming up, and then I do like a sketch. And that way you guys can warm up with me if you guys are interested. Do some gesture studies or something like that. Draw with Ross. I was thinking of doing like learning streams for art. Like I pick like I wouldn't necessarily teach. It would be more of like you guys learning with me, where I would pick a subject that I'm not very good at, and you know I do some studying during the week, and then maybe at the end of the week I just show what I learned, and then try to do it with you all. Since some of the warm-ups can get, if I'm gonna do something spicy, I will probably hop over to Picardo. If that happens. Do you think classical music gets claimed on YouTube? Like if I were to put like a Mozart playlist or something like that. The problem with classical music is that it's supposed to be what's the word? Uh, it's supposed to be like you can't claim ownership of it, but people's interpretation of certain music is claimable. So I don't know. Like there's a Vine Sauce video that was claimed because someone claimed nature sounds, and it was like stuff that he recorded. I think I don't remember, but it was something very dumb. It was like crickets or something in the background, and someone claimed it. I know there's a VTuber that I follow that she on her drawing stream she puts lo-fi music, but I don't know what playlist she uses. I could do 8-bit music, I think. Those don't normally get claimed unless it's like Nintendo music. I think maybe I need to be careful about that. Yeah, Vinny. I thought Vinny was just doing premiere videos on YouTube, not necessarily streaming. It's just a cat. Leave her alone. Yeah, we were King. Don't worry, we were talking about Vinny. Vine Sauce Vinny, that is. TM. No, it's okay, King. I was referring to Vine Sauce, but I wasn't saying Vinny, so I can understand the confusion. Watch out for Sony. Yeah, I don't have a very good impression of Sony. Sony is kind of burning its money on everything, and so they want to capitalize on every resource possible. So if they can claim anything for anything, they'll do it. Sony's not a very good, you know, Sony's not a very good company. I think their crackdowns are worse than Nintendo's. Because at least Nintendo isn't really about censorship. It's more about we just want, like, Sony's about censorship and we want money. Nintendo is more of like, we just don't understand the landscape of the internet, even though we've been at it for years. We still refuse to understand. It's more of a like an ignorance type thing. But with Sony, it's just like they're full aware of what they're doing. They revel in being assholes. Because remember, Sony is a like multimedia company. They're a record label. They make movies, not very good ones, but they make movies. Um, they have their animation studio. They have like all these things, and they also make video games. Like video games is only a small facet of the stuff that they do. Yeah, no one gets to have fun under Sony. Night of the Kick Fighters, but worse. Sony is the reason why Senran Kagura, the latest game, hasn't been able to be released. So if you haven't gotten, we haven't gotten our booby ninjas because of them. Yeah, you're gonna be waiting a long time for Pixiv because they only like the problem with I think it's just the privacy stuff that they're very like finicky about, and um, I don't know if they ever respond to that type of stuff, but I mean I hope they do because it would be amazing if you had stuff like Discord integration with Fanbox or stuff like that. But I think because they are subject to Japanese law and like some services, international services aren't subject to that, that might that might cause them some trouble in the long run. So I don't know. What if I made an entire album of popular music, and instead of calling it Kids Bop, I call it Horse Bops, and it's just me singing all the popular songs, but only in horse sounds. Platinum seller? Well, I don't know about that. But then I can justify playing it on streams, and I can torture my viewers. I mean, enjoy the music with my PogChamps. Our neighbors will enjoy it. Yeah, sure. On the more complex side, I can even automate posting it. Okay, let's see here. Okay, lines are almost done. I mean, to this music's credit, it's not grating at least. Like, I forget it's playing in the background. Okay, let's see. Almost there with the line, guys. I don't know if you guys are familiar with soap operas or telenovelas, but I'm watching this one on Netflix that, first of all, it's a guilty pleasure, so let's just get that out of the way. But I'm watching this telenovela. It's called False Identity. Um, and first of all, it sucks. It's pretty bad, but it's based in Mexico, and it revolves around this like band of well, this guy, he's like some narco or whatever, and he's the main protagonist is like a piece of shit. But long story short, he uh, he gets with the girl that he wants. He um, gets to fall into the witness protection program for the United States. He got everything right. It's supposed to be like a happy ending. Where like, well, not happy happy, but it's like sort of like a bittersweet ending because he got the girl. He got to stay with the kids of the girl. He got in the witness protection program, but but then and they explicitly tell him like, oh, don't call. You can't call anyone that you know anymore because you're in the witness protection program. You don't exist. This is your new identity. Blah 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 blah. There's like 90 episodes of this torture, and it's like a lot. 90% of it, it's people sitting down drinking coffee and talking about what just happened, which is probably that they sat down to drink some coffee with some other person who told them to go fuck themselves. And that's like the entire show, but I watched the first season entirely, and then I was thinking, oh, it's over. And then I look up the synopsis, and I'm like, hold on. There's a second season of this. There's like 60 episodes, like 70 more episodes or something like that. And I'm like, but this can't possibly go on. Because, I mean, there were some like few loose ends that weren't tied in the last season or whatever, but I'm like, his story is over, right? And the next season, it's like, oh no, he called his mom because he was worried about his mom, and he went to Mexico to save her. When they told him explicitly, no, don't go back. And because he went back, the oldest girl of the that he adopted or whatever, she went back to Mexico to go to his grandfather, who's like a narco, like an evil narco. Well, not that narcos aren't evil, but he's like bad. And um, the mom goes with her other kid to go find her, and because of this guy, this mom dies, and both kids are without parents. And this guy, he wants revenge. Like, it's dumb. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, and the worst part is that, like, the smartest character is like, why are we helping him? We shouldn't help him because every time he shows up, problem happens. This is like some girl talking about the main character. We shouldn't, like, we should just not pay attention to him, let him leave, and tell him to go fuck himself. But everybody celebrates him. And that is true because everything that he does, he fucks everything up. But people are still like, no, he's a good guy. Like, don't worry. Like, he's got our back and we got his back. And this one guy, son of a bitch, is ugly. And he got with the hottest girl. I'm like, bro, you cannot fuck this up. And he did because the main character came over. It's like, hey, do you remember this? Like, can I stay at your place just so I can find my mom who's been kidnapped or whatever? And then he's like, well, okay. And the wife is like, we are not helping him. If you help him, I'm divorcing you. And he's like, no, but he's got my back or whatever. And like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Because then he decided, like, not like to add insult to injury, this guy's wife that told him not to help his friend, she gets shot, almost dies. Uh, her baby that was like in her like tummy or whatever died in the process, and the guy, instead of being like, I better stop, he's like, no, I'll continue supporting my friend because it's totally not his fault that that happened, and it's also not my fault, and I need to get revenge. And the wife told him, it's like, if you keep going, I'll divorce you. And he's like, well, I'm tired of your shit, so I'm getting a divorce. And you're like, dude, you punched up so hard, and yet, and yet, it was just frustrating. I don't know. And I'm still like flabbergasted watching it because there's some stuff that you're like, but again, soap operas are made for smart people. It's made for people that don't ever leave their house or interact with other human beings, for that matter. Yeah, I guess it's so bad that it's good. It's just like, it's like the frustrating bad. And I watched another one that was, I don't know. I've seen my fair share of soap operas. Like the Turkish ones are worse because those are like millions of episodes and nothing ever happens. And they're also incredibly depressing. Like there's this one Turkish soap opera where it's about a girl that got married off uh, quite early in her life, and the entire family she's married to is nothing but horrible to her. And like this one teacher tries to find ways to save her, and like the entire thing is just like, I don't know how many episodes it is. It's like 700 episodes. And I was watching this weekly on the TV. It wasn't like it was available on YouTube or anything. It's like I had to wait for each week, and I was sitting and watching with my mom. I'm like, why am I watching this? This is horrible. And it's like every week was just like like every time a character was gonna say something important to another character that would reveal important information that would carry the plot forward, they would get a phone call, and you're like, oh my god, like, and it's not like they. It's like it's a universal constant for those soap operas that no matter what you're doing, where you are, or anything, you have to pick up the phone because the universe cannot continue unless you pick up that phone, and they always do. Like they found out someone died, and it's important that they tell this character, phone, nope, phone call, and it's like every episode is like that, and it's just like the universe keeps like, and to add insult to injury, in that soap opera, the girl dies. Like she never finds happiness. She just like her happiness was dying. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I spent maybe 6 months of my life watching episode after episode, and she just dies. That's cool. Thanks, Turkey. And then another one, I don't remember. There was another one too that was a little less complicated. It was just I don't know. That one didn't frustrate me as much because there was like this brother character in the soap opera where um, he was always angry and yelling and stuff, and it was just entertaining to watch him scream all the time. He was always mad for something dumb. What's another soap opera that I've seen? I promise you, I don't see that many soap operas. I have better things to do with my time. Uh, was this one Turkish? I think I stopped watching that one. Don't remember what the name of that one was or what the premise was precisely. But to me it's just like surprising how many like of soap of the soap operas that I've seen. A lot of them are just like about corruption or like drugs or something, and like not at all like the drama, the love. What I want to say is that it's just like to me it's just funny how a lot of like the universe these characters exist in like depends on them. Like nothing can ever happen without them uh, moving or whatever. Like nothing ever gets done if they don't do anything. Or like the universe highly depends on these characters doing something stupid. Like they nobody can ever make smart decisions. I always like the only way I ever figure out what's going to happen is like what's the dumbest thing that can happen? Like what's the stupidest decision a character can make in this precise moment that could make the plot longer? Is it A, calling their brother and telling them, hey, I need help. I am being accosted by these people. Is it B, actually fight these people and go to jail? Or C, nothing at all? And then just sit there staring at these people for 7 episodes like it's a Dragon Ball arc. And then resolve your differences over tea, and spend another 7 episodes talking about what just happened, which was nothing. At least at least the soap operas in Spain are decent. Latin American ones are just frustrating. Like that's what I started figuring out. Like I need to watch some Indian soap operas and see how they play out. Because the Turkish ones are depressing. They uh, they make me feel, they make me want not want to be alive anymore. Um, the Hispanic ones are just awfully awfully stupid. Um, they're like over the top. Um, the Indian ones I've only ever seen like the crazy editing. Otherwise, like, I will say though, like the Hispanic soap operas, my God, they are made for people that are thirsty. Like everyone's just like horny all the time. It's just funny. Like nobody can ever keep it in their pants ever. Like it's all the time. It's just like, and then the Turkish ones, like they can't even kiss on camera. It's just funny. I mean, like I get it. It's cultural differences, but it's just funny to like go from one to another, and it's just like it's tonal whiplash. Where like a lot of the drama is love related, but they can't show kisses on camera, and they don't even reference like the way they reference having love is just like having love, making love. It's weird. I just like I recommend just picking up like a Turkish soap opera and just like, and then picking up like a Hispanic one, and the tonal differences and the way like they each carry out. It's just incredibly funny how starkly different cultures uh, play out in soap operas. Because Turkish soap operas, they push the limit on how, because soap operas are made for horny people. Let's get that out of the way. And of course, being the culture it is, they can't in Turkey, but it's just like the way they go around it to show some stuff. Like it's the way they dress up some of the people and like the type of men that they put in. They know their audience very well. Let me see if the lines are done. I don't like how the head is looking here. Let me see if I can fix that. There we go. Maybe this could use a little more squinting. There we go. All right. And before I color, I'm gonna taking a water break. I'll be back. PP energy replaced. Or replenished would be the better word. Okay, let's start with her skin. Also, I think maybe her neck is a little too long, so I'm gonna fix that by making her boobs a little bigger. Moving this up here, collarbone. Yeah, if it's too late and you haven't had a good night's rest, maybe you might wanna go rest. By the way, if you use CSP, lasso fill, lifesaver. Check what it does. You might want to learn how to use that. It's an amazing tool. Okay. Let's fill her up. Okay. There we go.
red enough. Perfect. There we go. So let's check. Let's see. Oh, not the right one. Eyes are greenish, so I'm gonna go with. It's more around here. Much better. Okay, add a little bit of shadow here. There we go. Okay, let's jump back. The stream. Okay. Man. Almost done with her skin. Whoa. Yeah, I need to fix this here. Okay. So I need to go here. Oh, you know what those are too? Yep. That's a gecko. We get a shit ton of those here. I have several hanging out in my room, by the way. I used to think they were like birds, but yeah, it's geckos. I have a fucking zoo in my house. Yeah, it's a very tropical area where I live. Go low, get them geckos here. Loud bulbers, eh? Before I do the hair, I'm gonna focus on the clothing. I mean, a finished piece from me, if I really wanted to focus on getting a completed piece, it's just like hours and hours and hours for me. Like, I can, if I wanted to do a completed piece, it would take me like 12 hours or something like that. Because I would go very into detail. This is a sketch. Like, this isn't anything I would go haywire on. I'll do the black on black with the brown top. Oh no, because that's not the button down. That's... Ah, damn it. Okay. I know, I messed something up. Okay. So, button down doesn't go all the way down. It only goes up to here. So good. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So now we want to do like a dark blue. Which, speaking of, I'm gonna... Okay. Let's do this. All right. No, this one has to be kind of like... No, that's too much color in it. Yeah, it's more of a... So let's do this. I'm gonna do something different. go. This. Okay, I'm gonna. I forgot to jump back to the stream. Okay. I need to remember to add her name tag on the uniform. I don't think I've ever. That's not true. I've worked at a restaurant. But I don't know if working at a restaurant is worse than working in a fast food place. And even then, like at the restaurants, I worked as like managerial positions. I did work retail once, and but it wasn't that bad because I worked in the back room. So it wasn't like I never had to deal with customers. Still, I don't know that fast food is more or same as working in a restaurant. I think restaurant issue dependent on chef. Fast food is probably more stressful at times. Any work having to deal with people is painful. Yeah, I agree. I think the problem, like, I think each one of them has their own like
pains because each of them has like their own unique set of circumstances. Because restaurants, like I remember the restaurant I used to manage, well, both of the ones that I used to manage, people have like certain expectations and they complain about minute details. I don't know, like I don't know how to explain it. Like restaurants are more like people have certain expectations that they want fulfilled. When you go to a fast food restaurant, they're more like I know what I'm getting. It's just more of like you have to deal with impatient people, which in a restaurant that happens too. I can't really speak from experience because I have never had to compare both since I've only worked at restaurants. But anything that has to do with people, like people are the worst. Like I remember stepping in a few cases to help people. I was like, hey, don't be a dick to this person. Like they're already doing their best. And I think like the cheaper it is, the more assholes people become. I don't know if that there's like a statistic somewhere that could prove that's true or not, but it's just something I've observed. Like the cheaper an item is or like the place is or whatever, the more dicks people tend to be about whatever it is that they purchase or are going to purchase or whatever. And they always threaten with like, I'll take my money somewhere else, and you're supposed to be like, oh no, what will I ever do? Don't go. I'm not specifically talking about Karens. Like, there's just some people that are like, just total dicks about it. Like here, you have specifically where I'm from. It's just like, do you know who I am? Like, do you know who my dad is? Do you know? Like, you're like, shut the fuck up. Like, nobody cares. Like, we're all here to fucking do the same. Fast food places attract more impatient people. Restaurants attract more snobby people. At least I think that's kind of what my line of thought was at. I think you nipped it in the bud. Yeah. No. Fucking cat. while I play this boomer game. What game are you playing? Okay, so far so good. I'm gonna give her the brown. There's like a. So let me show you. There's like a brown top uniform for Tim Hortons that's like this, and I really, really liked it. So let's see. Needs a little bit more saturation. No, not multiply. I wanna hue. No. I wanna color. No. Don't know what to do here. Screen. Overlay. Let's go with color and then work from there. Yep, that's more like it. Yeah, now I don't have to color it. Oh yeah, I forgot the gold part here. There we go. Okay, now the more complicated part, the hair. But I think I'm going to simplify the hair this time around. Oh, good night. Oh, Warhammer. There's a lot of people in another server that I have that are super Warhammer people. There's something I haven't... Oh, I think she has fur... Yeah. I think I maybe forgotten that. I forgot her fluff. Alright, I'll add it. And I'll add it towards the end. That's just details that I can forget about for now. Yeah, I can. Oh, that's a little too green. Yeah, that's more like it. Let's do this then.
Okay, there we go. Okay. I'm going to focus on this for a second. Okay. No, this is wrong here. Okay, let's see. I mean, it's not that easy. I'm just speedrunning this at the moment. She has these. Okay, so I'm gonna go grab the India ink. It's like a golden yellow. There's some over here. I'll fix this later. Once I get to the painting part. So I want to do overlay now. just going to leave it as normal. It's a little bit more saturation. Darker color. There. And then we're going to go and go with this. Okay. Oh. Let's see, what else am I missing? Horns. Okay, let's go. So our ears are this color, right? No, they're not, but it's better if I do this first. If I go ahead and nope. This is more like it. I feel our fluff should be, yeah, it's a clear color. Okay. Alright, it's all about artist interpretation, right? And now, let's make it think this should be nice. Let's work on her horns now. Her horns are kind of like this color. Yep. So it's more of now this is the painting phase where I will do this, merge everything, copy the layer, hide this one, and then I go layer, merge select layers, and I start doing a little bit of fixes on the drawing. So I'll go with fixing her jawline, which bugs me a little bit. That's even better. Yeah. Fix this. No, that's too. I need darker color. But at the same time, do this. I want to add a little bit of this here. Sorry, I'm scratching my wrist. It's a little itchy. I'm gonna go with paint over this. Never mind. I'll leave the it like that for now. I'll just clean this one up. Okay.
So she has like these, kind of like this color. And then she has like, there we go. Now, what I'm missing here is just this. Okay. I can just do a little bit of this. There. And I'm missing her fluff, which let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and make the easiest fluff I've ever drawn. Here. Okay, we're almost done, guys. Don't worry. Fluff, and then I think the rest I can carry this. Yeah, I mean, I've been drawing for a while, but I haven't drawn for a few days, so I'm a little rusty today. And if I had an idea of what I was going to draw today, it might have been a little fairly quicker. I do have a Coco drawing I can do next time, if you guys want to see that. I have both Coco and Ina drawings that I haven't finished that I may want to finish. Coco one, it's only missing colors though. So now we have this. No, here. I want to grab this. There we go. Whoops.
What the? Oh. There we go. Now we're talking. There we go. I need to add a little bit of shadow to make it believable. It looks like fluff, I think. I'm gonna add a few. Okay. Last but not least, well, I want to add two things. So I'm gonna put this all together. I need to add her name tag. The yeah, Coco the Hololive. Let's see. Oh my God! Please load. Name tag. Let's see. If this loads. More like load of shit. Yeah, that's all I was asking for. Okay. So it goes on the right side. So what I'm going to do is, let's grab a circle. So it's something like this, right? No, snap eraser. And then doesn't have to be 100%. I'm just gonna go and say, so it's
go. Okay, the name tag's there. Here's where it gets interesting. So let's do it this way. And because let's do okay. Merge this down. And so I am going to make few versions. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna copy this too, just in case. No. Move this down. So first layer, merge selected layers. And we'll do two versions. So one with fluff and one without fluff. And I guess I gotta copy this one once more. And copy this. Merge down. Merge down. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, sketch is done. Let me sign my name. There she go. All right. Let me. Right, drawing's done for today. Let's move to the living room while I export. Okay. Just hold on a second. So export single layer PNG. Haruka 1. Let's go 100%. Oh, this is massive. This is massive. Let's go 50. Haruka 2. Export Haruka 3. And Haruka 4. よー1、よー2、よー3、よー3。Okay. Let me close the drawing application or the mirroring application. Yeah, I can put my iPad away now, or at least until tomorrow when I get back to work. For now, let me move my phone here.
Okay. And oh yeah, I suppose let me post them on the Discord. All right, let's put okay. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to open my files. Okay, if I go to my files, then so if I go to select, and then I go share, go to Discord. Yep. And they're up. Okay, let me. I'll talk more about Outer in a second. Let me. Let me post her Twitter. Haruka. Karibu. Okay, that's her Twitter. I should be following her. Yeah, I am following her. I'll post it in a second. There you go. Oh, she moved to. Oh no, that's her. Okay. All right, and we're back. Yeah, in terms of software, let's see what I recommend. I recommend. I mean, outside of CSP, I recommend Procreate on the iPad. Photoshop is decent, but I don't recommend it because they have this subscription method and it sucks. And Photoshop doesn't get, like, Adobe doesn't care anymore. They just want your money. You want to try out Sai is also an amazing tool. If you don't have access to Sai, I recommend buying a copy. It's very good, but it's not as supported as CSP is because it's only like a single developer. I highly recommend you. Sai is good for painting because it has one of the more native tools, but the reason I recommend CSP the most is because CSP now you can like use Photoshop brushes in CSP, and another thing is like it has animation. You can make art books on it. Like it has like it has so many features to support it. It's updated frequently. There's no subscription unless you're using on the iPad or like if you don't want to pay like a full price. But you can buy and own the thing, and updates are free if you already own a subscription or you paid for the whole thing. Yeah, Fire Alpaca is a good recommendation. Any of the Affinity designer is pretty good. There was another one that I'm forgetting. It's like a freeware one. There's a lot. There's a lot of them. But yeah, in terms of those, like, if you want to pay for a good one, but you don't want to pay a high price, get CSP. Get the basic part of CSP. You get access to a ton of tools. Just wait for it to be on sale. I recommend you try out all the tools though, because some people try CSP and it's not for them for whatever reason. But I highly recommend you give it a shot. I think they have a trial period for like 14 days or something like that. Please try it. Please try it. It's my favorite tool. I've been using it for like 4 to 5 years since I got it, and for real, like it's such an amazing tool. Like some of my friends animate on it, and my God, it's so good. Manga Studio is CSP, and I guess some people want to hear about tablets. We're coming up on 4 hours, and I'm a little tired. So, tell you what. Let me think. Twitter. Why did I say Twitter? In terms of tablet, there's better like Wacom's like top tier, but there are better options than Wacom because Wacom's like overpriced. It's like Apple of drawing tablet. Like it's good, but there are cheaper and better options out there. Like my brain's not working at the moment, but you want to try out. Like don't just go for Wacom. The Chinese options are getting better and better and better, and their bonus is that they're cheaper and they're top notch. So XP Pen is good. Yeah. If you can spare the money, get an iPad. The iPad I have is like $400, and with the Apple Pen, it's like another $100. So it's like we're talking like $500. But you have like a tablet with an operating system that you can get a shit ton of applets, and you can also, like, if you're not drawing, you can use it to watch Netflix or something like it's useful. It's not just drawing. I mean, the only like disadvantage is it's Apple, but everything else, like the cheapest iPad works with the first generation Apple Pen, and I highly recommend that if you're looking at a decent option that's not just like an extra screen. I like the iPad a lot, and I'm gonna save up and get the iPad Pro if I can at some point. Not like this iPad is new, like it's got maybe 2-3 years of life left. But if between that time I get enough money to buy the new iPad, then fuck it, I'll get the Pro. But yeah, I mean it's $400, but the area work is small. Maybe you want to bigger. I've been using Intuos for 4 years or something like that, like 4 to 5 years, and drawing work area was small. So I like being able to see what I'm working with instead of like trying to like look at one screen, but drawing playing a guessing game. It's not worth it. It's a matter of preference, yeah. You don't want to. It's what you feel comfortable with. It's not like preference and commodity are two different things. If you're comfortable working with something, it doesn't necessarily mean that you prefer it, but I recommend working with whatever is more comfortable for you, because you are going to be working for hours and hours on something, on a specific tablet and a specific program. Um, what I recommend is that whatever tablet you get, forget about using the shortcuts on the tablet. Get a keyboard or like a hotkey thing where you can assign hotkeys that you can press really fast, because you don't want to keep your flow. You don't want to stop your flow. Like, I used to be like, oh, I can flip my pen around and erase, and I was pretty bummed out that I couldn't do that with the iPad. Like, it doesn't have an eraser part, the Apple Pen. But then I realized that just leaving the E pressed changes my eraser right away, and I don't have to flip my pen the whole time. Like, I don't have to keep flipping my pen and stopping my flow. I can just keep working by pressing buttons, Control C, Control S. Like, don't having your hand on the tablet kind of breaks the, at least for me, it breaks the flow a little bit, because it's like there and you're kind of like two things too close together. I like having the keyboard and just working on the keyboard. One second. Anyways, I'm pretty tired. It's been a kind of a long day. I feel fantastic finally. But we're coming up on 4 hours. If I wasn't so tired, I would keep going and do something different. But reminder that we have a stream. It's a mystery stream on Thursday. I'm resting tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We'll do a Thursday night stream. I think it's just going to be trivia or a Jackbox party. I'll decide between the next few days. And then we have more Golden Sun on Friday. I will do the schedule right after the stream. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out and for the questions. You know, you can always ask me art questions if nothing comes to mind at the moment. Later on, like, you know, doesn't always have to be just on art streams. But yeah, let me walk y'all to the entrance. Again, thank you everyone for coming. Whoa, why am I so far? Thank you so much for coming. I will see you all next stream. I'll see you on Thursday night. I forgot what time it was, but yeah. Hopefully it's either trivia or something that we can all do together.